Hey Joe, good afternoon, dude. How you doing, man? Let's see if we can actually get this event finished. I don't know how long the event's been running, but it's taking me, well, hopefully we can get it finished today, but it's taken me until today to get it done. To complete 12 missions. I'm position 24 in the queue. That's nice. Well, I seem to be infinitely loading, so whilst we wait for this to sort of shit out, I guess we can finish watching the SCL. Let me try and find it. We'll wait for this ad break to pass by as well. My current position in the queue, 110. What the fuck? $123. Has everything just fucking fallen over? Holy shit, man. Okay. Let's finish what we started watching this yesterday. I kind of ran out of patience.
Yeah.
Okay, and that helps me explain why we're doing both.
Right. No, because we need
why
to
we're
fix
doing
it
short-term
right now.
fixes and
Exactly.
long-term. Okay, that makes more sense to me. Somebody asked, do the elevators in Squadron 42 work?
They use the same system, but the streaming bubbles in Squadron 42 are a lot higher, so
I was
they
trying to
will
put me
get
onto a
stay
different
streaming.
chart this time.
And then many people are like, just build stairs.
I mean, this is my third attempt joining
Who
Joe.
knows? Maybe,
So we will see.
maybe we can convince Ian, and next will be all stairs.
Yeah.
No.
Or ladders, maybe. Yep. I don't know.
Hangars.
Yeah.
Hangars. All right. Failing to spawn ships correctly. Platforms getting stuck. Ships being destroyed while they're stored.
Yeah.
I saw that one. I'm like, what? Like, or hangars being assigned incorrectly. One by one. Where do you want to start?
All right, I gotta come clean first. On the ships being destroyed when stowed, that was 100% me. So
Hey, finally.
we were
maybe.
looking at some.
Hold on. Look right in the
Okay.
camera.
I died spawning in. Interesting.
Yes.
It was you, Benoit.
Yes. So that was a back-end change that we did to try to alleviate some of the load that we were seeing on some areas. And one of those side effects that was unplanned was that the location ID of ships weren't being updated when they changed. And so the way the ASOP terminal, again, moving sands, right, does its reconciliation, which shows you what's available for you. It actually uses the location as the key element to know if a ship is actually, available. Not only is it stowed, but it needs to be in the right location. Now, this change that I had made for optimization did cause, for a couple of days, the issue where the locations weren't updated, and so all your ships that were stowed in lower locations would show as destroyed. But they were there, but they would show as destroyed in ASOP. And so, yeah, I'm gonna take the blame for that one. That was me.
Is this like if a branch falls in a forest and nobody can hear it? Does it really? The ship's not technically destroyed, but if it reports destroyed and you can't call it because it reports destroyed, isn't it destroyed?
Yes.
Go
It's
spawn
not
my
destroyed?
or claim my ships first.
Well, actually, claiming it would actually destroy it too. So technically, it's destroyed.
Right, but we resolved that one.
Yeah, that one's resolved.
Okay, so let's get back. So let's talk about failing to spawn ships correctly, platforms getting stuck.
Right. So let's talk about hangars first. Right.
Okay.
So, I mean, people that play more on the PTU know how the system works, but it's actually a bit special in that, first of all, the hangars are instance. So they're instance on your shard. You have access to your hangar based on, your ownership of it. But all the hangars on a given ATC gateway, so these are the actual hangar doors on the stations, right, are all stacked on top of each other, right? So that's why that there's been bugs in the past during the PTU cycles for 4.0 where
You can hear
would
somebody
oh
else's
yeah, that bug took a while to fix because it required technology change. But that was also crazy. Like the sound was just, incredible. And so what that means is that when you're in the station and you want to go to your hangar, you have two options. One of them is use the lift. Now we just talked about the lift, right?
I don't know if I actually bought the arms.
It will actually unstow your hangar, create your hangar, and then give you permission to go there, right? Right the moment you hit that button. So there's a lot of things that need to happen in right suggestions. Then you enter your hangar. There's render culling that comes into play that will make sure that you only see your hangar, even though everybody's on top of each other. That physics only affect you.
I get 2 magazines. Great.
So they're all stacked. Now, one of the big problems that we're dealing with right now, and we've been diving into it for a while, is that the ship elevator
Wow, and I get
has a
3 magazines for the
couple of issues,
S38.
right?
Holy shit.
I've seen.
Thank you, CIG. You're so generous.
An Avenger rising from the grave through it. I've seen, ships spawning on top of each other, and so there's 2 problems behind it. The first one is that the platform itself is it's moved, right? It's not a physical movement, so it's not physics driving the movement. The ship is physics enabled. That is a recipe for disaster. Correct. When you see flapping like that, it's like the combination of things, right? And so, so we're currently like discussing a solution because there are limitations that the way it's made is the way that they were limited to make it, but we need to fix it. So it's either both elements are statically moved or they're both physically driven. You can't have this combination. That's what causes all these things. So that's why sometimes server FPS is good, performance is good, all your ships are going to go up, that platform, everything's great. And some other times, half the ships is in the platform, and that's an issue. So currently, we're rechanging the layout and the setup of the hangars to set this up properly so that it never happens again. The unstow issue is actually, we think, at the moment, a bug where, in the timing of how when you leave your hangar, we need to stow back this hangar, right? Because if you go to another shard, we want you to have access to your hangar. The timing of this, if there's a ship on the pad when you leave, there's a possibility in the timing where the ship will be stowed with the hangar instead of being stowed on its own, and then the hangar is clean. And that condition is not properly detected when you unstow the hangar again. And so in the cases where, for you as a player, you're not going to see a difference in that you leave with the hangar on the ship on the pad, you leave your hangar, you come back on another shard, and you just go to your hangar, your ship's going to be on it. But if you call a ship from the station, and the ship was carried with your hangar up and down, then the ATC is not going to know that there's a ship on the pad, and he will attempt to spawn it there, and that's where crazy happens. And so currently we're looking at that complete cycle to make sure that the timing is correct. And there's also a couple of other issues related to this. Some corruption of data can happen in that case. And so we have an entire team dedicated to the hangars right now, just making sure these issues get solved because they're affecting everybody. I'm happy to report, though, that one other issue that we had with the hangars got solved related to how you exit the hangar. So
usually in a ball of flaming wreckage.
Well, or after 25 minutes of queuing where the system tells you, hey, in 100 seconds you'll be able to leave. Right? And so so we did hotfix a change to the way that what I call the hangar queues are managed, right? So again, the ATC manages the queues. It's managing how you exit your hangar, which doors open, stuff like that. And at concurrency, so when a lot of players are in the same location, leaving and entering, this queue and those timers would get completely out of whack. And so it would either grant too much time to someone to leave or enter, we're talking 10x the time, or give you literally 3 seconds to leave. And then players would get stuck in the doors, where the doors would go, and then would try to squeeze in it, the doors would squeeze them out, and then, the rest is a little bit of a party. So we hopefully have something on live already alleviating this, but we're still tracking to confirm it completely that it doesn't happen again.
For the folks that are still in the chat saying, please just give us staircases, the hangars are instanced. The stairs would just still go to, the elevator is a portal between the real world and your instance world. Even if you spent 5 minutes going up and down stairs, you would still have to hit a portal where you have to queue and push a button and it makes a portal for your thing. It's the same thing. An elevator is just the mechanism. Stairs don't solve it, unfortunately. Hard work of developers and engineers solve it. What's the obstruction tuning and stuff? I saw, I've seen images internally of the elevator won't go down, and then Brett or somebody on Player Experience or whatever will jump in and go under the thing, and we'll see a dragonfly stuck under the elevator that stops it from going down.
And so the problem we talked about physicalization of the platform is definitely related, because then the obstruction code that will, you can't, bring down the ship elevator because there's obstruction. Initially was like, if there's like a speckle of dust under that platform, it's not going to move, right?
My case is broken.
Let's just say,
of course it is.
Way too aggressive.
I'm pretty sure this is an
so
issue specifically with the Connie. I haven't had this issue with the Gladius.
To just try to stow back. If one of your ship goes under the platform, we'll deal with it and stow it back. But it still needs work to make sure that, even if, I remember one of the early 4.0 preview bugs was like a water bottle would clip through the platform and then would prevent the hangar from functioning completely. And so now we're trying to, again, in the interest of self-healing for these systems, right? It's about, let's not just work at preventing the condition, let's also work at what if it happens anyway, right? We need to do aggressive cleanup to keep the system working. Like the hangars, the elevators, the hangar doors, the ATC.
I don't sound brutal, but it honestly blows my mind that they're only now getting into this mindset of having systems self-repair. Like, why didn't they have this mindset like 5 years ago? It just seems it's common sense, right?
The traversal of the game, right? And bugs that affect the traversal of the game, that prevent you from going to your ship and leaving, or entering in and refueling, they are of the utmost priority, right? They have to be solved, because if that doesn't work, then the game doesn't work. They're critical.
And lastly, I'm looking at this JIRA for the hangars being assigned incorrectly. Location ID, it's got your name on it.
Well, I've been investigating that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're not responsible.
I'm not responsible for it yet, until proven otherwise. But in this case, it seems that there's a condition where you can have more than one hangar in a location of the same size, which should not happen. And when the system gets in this state, it might pick one or the other, which can lead to you not having a hangar at all.
You can't get to this asteroid
that's
base.
the thing that we're trying to find out how it actually happens.
Oh, no, there we go.
Okay. Second batch of hangar issues.
Sure.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
Hangar lifts that clip players' ships and destroy them. Doors not opening and closing correctly. Losing your personal hangar completely. And I have the overlapping with the physical audio. We've covered that one. Yep. So hangar lifts that just clip the little tiny corner of my spaceship and make it go explode.
Sure.
What's physicalized there, Benoit?
Well, so I was going to touch a bit on ship cleanup, and not necessarily ship cleanup, but density cleanup in general. We talked about the physics events, right, in the past, earlier in the show, right? So the physics events are a godsend for the server performance, because we evict all these debris that are causing intersections, slowing down physics. And so that's one of the reasons why we've been able to get performance of the servers up in general. Now, one of those components, the same system, is actually responsible for a pink glow that shows up on a ship that will just pop it, right? And so that's part of how we try to resolve the physics intersection for ships, right? And the way it works right now is that it has a smoothed number of frames where if the physics engine is like heavy intersection, at some point it will go like, okay, like something needs to happen. The way we handle that event is still a bit too aggressive right now. And so in some cases it triggers a heavy intersection and will pop out the ship. But we don't want this to happen to attended vehicles ever. And so we're working right now at adjusting that flow so that only unattended vehicles in full intersection for a very long number of frames are cleaned up. And so right now it's a bit too aggressive for this part, but the distinct glow, pink glow is we added that to make sure we could identify those problems which we expected would kind of happen until we tuned the system properly.
We are at 2 hours.
Wow.
I want to keep going.
Yeah, let's go.
Pete, Dave, Lauren, you okay? Honestly, I'm not even joking. If you need to go, just leave the camera switched on Benoit. Yeah. Nobody needs to see this face anymore. Just leave the camera switched on Benoit, and we're going to keep going. Are you cool? Okay, but seriously, if you do have to go, Do it. Just wave and be like, it's on Benoit. I can see it. I want to keep going.
Yeah.
Inventory and item persistence issues.
Right.
Items are disappearing from inventories, ships, and storage containers. This includes bought items, looted items, mission cargo. What's causing this? What are we doing to resolve it?
Well, so on the inventory system, right, there's, or I should say on the item system. So the way the entities are tracked, entities have entity classes that define what they are, right? And there are, I want to say, tags or configurations we can attach to entities for things that we want to automatically clean up, right? Again, we're back on cleanup, right? Because it's important. So, for example, AI, characters will have what we call an auto stow or auto bury policy. Auto stow will bring something back to an inventory after certain conditions are met. Auto bury will destroy an entity if certain conditions are met, right? Automatically. So that's our ability. That gives us our ability to go, this thing is good, let's say for 12 hours, and after that, we can get rid of it. This is true for like debris or things we spawn on the side or things like that. And so a lot of people have reported losing items, for example, from CZs that were acquired in CZs. Mm-hmm. That's, at that point, it wasn't even a system issue. It was really, those items were flagged to auto-destroy, basically. And so some players looted armor and were like, started using those armors, and then when the conditions met for the auto-bury, those items disappeared, right? I almost lost this one. And so that was a bad setup, right? And so now I know that a lot of those items have been retagged, right? And so the auto policy will not apply to them, or not if they're attended. Again, it's all about, making sure that the right tags are on them. So that explains some of the inventory things. There was one I was looking into with a player actually recently where when you read your inventory, there's caching going on, right? And when your inventory changes, that cache is supposed to be expired. In certain locations, for some reason, the cache, like especially in CZs, was causing some problems. So opening your inventory in the CZs would be empty, and then you open it again, and then you store something in it, and now other items show up. That's a telltale issue of the cache. So we're actually revamping the query cache right now for these elements to make sure it's always consistently updated. Your stuff is there. It's just
it just can't show.
It's cache as nothing. Yeah, exactly.
With long-term persistence, it seems like it seems like there's always some level of something disappearing.
Yeah.
Every patch.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
So LTP is a fairly complicated system, right? But if I can simplify it as much as I can, when you stow something in an inventory, and we take that item and we process it. So let's take a easy example. Let's say a single gun, a P4. You have a P4. You put it in an inventory that you own. A record is created for it's an ownership record that says this player owns a P4, right? Now these records we write to all the time. If you unstow that gun, meaning you put it in your hands, right? We destroy that record because now it's in play. So you play with the gun and then you stow it back. That recreates the record. So these records should always represent what you've got in your inventory that you own. Now, where it gets complicated is that these things can be hierarchies that contain items that then need to be processed. And so we don't persist everything to LTP. Only a select set of entity classes that designers control will go into LTP. For example, ships is a good example, things like that. Now, when we stow a ship, we look at its entire hierarchy, and there might be things attached or loosely left in the ship that are LTP.
On the list.
Correct, and now they have to be added in. So also with LTP, there's also sometimes perception issues that things should persist, right? Like, for example, a classic case is a ship left in the shard between patches, right? You're flying your ship in 3.24 and we release 4.0. If you leave the ship there in the shard, right, you don't have an ownership record for it, right? The ship needs to be stowed in order to be there when we recover it. But we do think that there are still issues with some of the recording events in cases where ships are claimed. Because at that point, when you join into the next patch, let's say you have a ship you bought with UC and you store it at a location. That ship actually, its recorded ID comes from your long-term persistent record.
Yes, man, sure I did.
And in the case where you claim that ship again, we think that there might be some cases where the inventory, the record data doesn't follow, and so the LTP record is not recreated. And that could be a source of some of the lost ships in the LTP data. But overall, we're not happy at all with that solution in general. And a bit like you were talking about transit, we want to do a two-pronged approach on this. One of them is we want to find the cases that are left in the current system that don't behave the way we want them, but we're also putting significant effort at a different system for this, which is that we don't want to have to wipe the database. So we want to be able to keep your inventory intact between patches and have a forward compatible model where we can actually keep all this data there the way it is, and then
like checking a file from Perforce. You're not destroying it. You're
correct.
Copying it out. Nobody else can write to it. Nobody else can mess with it.
That's right.
It's yours.
Yeah.
And then when you stop it, it goes back. It goes back in. So it's not a non-destructive.
Yeah. And
like
so
checkout says.
And so well, our goal with this is that's a fairly large endeavor. I mean, like, we're not going to fix it in a second, right? We're going to still hot patch the current system to make sure that
I'm trying to remember where the other ones
are fixed. But the longer term fix is to make sure we only persist the data that's going to be compatible. So differentiate between the serialized variables on entities that are important to a ship from those that are runtime only. That's a big difference. So those will be stored in the global database. And between patches, our goal is to just keep that database like this. So there's no, we're getting records back from a thing that was been recording for 3 months. It's like, no, it's the exact same inventory that you have on the live patch and the new patch. So there's no loss at all. Right. So that's our target for this new LTP solution.
And those are obvious. Those are bugs and inefficiencies and stuff. There has still always been this. There's been this existing problem. I think it's been here since I've been here, but I think it's really started to really gain steam in like 2017, 2018.
You're right, dude.
It's this unique item recovery.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure there was even a thread today that reached the top of one of those channels where it's just like,
just trying to loot cool is fucking awful, man.
Cool
How has it got so bad?
Purchases or whatnot, and then you're too afraid to wear them. You're too afraid to use them because you fall through one planet, fall through one lousy planet, sure, and you lose it forever. We're not going to go into it here because there's another show dedicated to it, but that is absolutely prioritized this year. It's prioritized in a way that I've never seen it prioritized. The talk is stopped and the work is
did you see that they claim in 4.0.2 to have finally fixed the decade-long bug of not being able to enter quantum? If they did fix it, thank you. It only took a fucking decade. Yeah, speculatively fixed.
I mean, the thing that speaks a little bit to also the change in mentality that we're trying to affect, which is tackling things like this, right, are not just bugs and quality issues, but also playability issues. Yeah. Right, that need to be addressed as well.
It's going to be a three-tiered solution. Again, we'll have a show
clicking,
where we go
not working. That would be fantastic.
Next week on it's like this. There'll be a short term that'll help a lot. There'll be a long term that'll
So one of these guys had a P4, but none of them have P4 ammo. I'm so confused.
You just you get blueprint for everything. You can just make your own, and it's like that. So you never ever have to worry about it. So it's a multi-stage thing, but this first stage just got signed off, and it's in active development. And
so where are the other generators?
I joke. Not I joke. I say it with all sincerity.
So
the same conversations the backers have. We have internally,
which I've destroyed.
100%.
I think this mission is just.
I mean,
fucked.
sometimes
grinding our gears.
sometimes
on
it's scary
for
right?
everything.
Sometimes it's
The
scary.
one is
So-
down there, which
so
I've
that's to
destroyed,
see
and is
actual
the one on
movement
either
this right
side
now.
that I've
Yep.
destroyed.
Yep.
One last hanger call out before we go. The aggressive ship despawning
Yeah.
mechanic.
Yeah.
Sometimes ships are despawned while people are still inside them.
Yeah, that should not happen ever. In fact,
It's nice to hear it said
yeah,
out loud.
no, the system is supposed to be made that we have a passenger count on each of those ship entities, and if there's a passenger, even if he's not piloting, and even if it's not his ship, we should not be despawning those ships at all. And so that's definitely on the lookout right now as to why it happens. I mean, there's a couple root causes. Unfortunately, for it just looks the same, right? Again, if you don't have the pink glow, right? The pink glow is the telltale tells it's physics, right? It's the physics detection, which we're gonna ease up. If the ship just despawns out of midair, right? I've seen this happen with ATC. Sometimes has with the.
Can
the
you
timer,
remind me what this
problem
bug,
that we've-
this bug about this not being able to get into quantum? Yes. Ever since the very first day of the Persistent Universe 2.0, you would spool, you would calibrate, you would hold the button to enter quantum, and nothing would happen. That affected 100% of players, and it has affected 100% of players for a decade. And only now have they speculatively fixed it in 4.0.2.
fixed before had an issue where it could despawn your ship mid-flight when you left, which was egregious. I think that one has been solved, but jury's still out. I want a proper confirmation on it. The one where
You see?
your ship is
You see, it's been in the game so long that you're like, oh, yeah. Because everyone, it's just been ingrained into everybody's muscle memory to move the crosshair away from where they want to quantum to and then move it back and then press the button. We've just learned to live with it, right?
considered.
And the thing is, the problem with this fucking mindset, which is retarded, is that you know when you have a new player come to the game and they're like, why can't I enter quantum? Yeah, that's not good. That's really bad. And it's whatever when it's one singular bug, but it's not one singular bug, is it? It's Star Citizen, right? So you have new players coming to the game and they're having to, the hardest part about getting into Star Citizen is learning all the workarounds of the bug. In fact, my friend Anthony, IRL friend Anthony, the first time we met on Reddit, he was like, should we go for a motorbike ride? I was like, yeah, let's go. And while we were out, he mentioned that he played Elite Dangerous. And I was like, have you ever heard of Star Citizen? And he was like, no, what is it? And then he started looking into it. I was like, yeah, don't play it. But then he was like, I want to play it. So I sorted him out with the game package. And I think the last time he tried to play Star Citizen, he gave up because he couldn't quantum anywhere. Right? Like, it's the new player experience. The player experience right now is bad for everyone, right? The new player experience has never been good. And I think the biggest part of the issue for me isn't just that the game is not very intuitive, all right? It's also that new players are expected to just learn the workarounds for the bugs, right? And I think there's been a level of Stockholm syndrome almost, right? Where I see it from people on like Reddit and Spectrum, where you just expect new players to learn the workarounds. When no, I expect the bugs just to be fucking fixed and not to be in the game for a decade. Like, holy shit.
And attended, and you're still in it, and it despawns, it's completely like.
Oh yeah, exactly. We're going to place a heavy focus on the new player experience in Star Citizen CIG 2023. Yeah.
Like hotfix right away.
Yeah.
Mission bugs.
Yeah.
Now we went through a refactor with 4.0 that reduced
Okay,
the
this
mission
mission's
options,
broken,
hopefully
so
temporarily.
Yep.
But we're
we'll
still
just
seeing a
abandon
lot of
this
the same
one and go
issues
get a
that
new
we
one.
saw before. Arriving at a location and having no AI spawn. mission objectives failing to register, and cargo disappearing upon completion. The Fight for Pyro event going on right now is particularly affected, with many players unable to complete it, or various aspects of it, due to bugs. Save State in Chapter 1 was like walking through a minefield trying to figure out which parts worked and which parts didn't. The Net 402 has more mission stuff in the content. It's like, talk to me about missions.
Sure.
Please.
Oh, the irony that they're talking about this while I'm doing a mission that is broken. Fuck me, dude. Wonderful.
Elliot, this one's for you. I gave you crap on the other one, but I'm doing this for you, man.
Okay.
Help us out.
So, let's start at the beginning, right?
Okay.
What did we do?
And I know what the issue is with this bug, because I've done this mission about 1,000 times, and I do find it funny that they're just reusing a standard mission for the event. But the percentage, like, I've gone and destroyed all the generators, and those are all the generators that are normally there for the standard mission, right? But it set the objective too high. There aren't any more generators. It's so scuffed.
For missions, right? So the way missions worked previously is that we had first one server with all the entities, all the 100 players playing on it. When you played missions, there was an invisible entity created on the server somewhere.
Abandon this
location
one.
doesn't matter, right? That would manage that mission, right? And the way the missions work, if you can picture it in your mind, is that there's a mission management module, and then when you reach certain locations,
There are no missions. Okay.
When you stream in that location,
Sorry.
a mission module at that location is going to actually kick in and has its own logic for, like, if you're picking up a box, for example, let's say a box delivery mission, you get to that location, there's a mission module that pops up, does the pickup logic. When you unpick up, it's like, oh, you need to go to this other one. Then there's another mission module at that location. Now that's the way, and then if I add global events on top of that, there's a global events manager on top of that. That was like a global thing on the server. Now I've said global multiple times here. Every single one I said, every single time I said global is not compatible with server meshing because we don't have a global.
This game is so shit, dude.
Setup, right? And so what needed to happen is a fairly large engineering task. I hate that we just said refactor, that we branded this as refactor, because it's really a new core mission system behind the scenes, which is completely outside of the game servers and does the orchestration of what a mission is, right? And the global flow of a mission. You have something to complete. There are phases, objectives, there's state tracking, there's requirements and rewards, right? And so it's the mission system is what we call it. There's no longer a mission entity that's hold on the server that just manages the whole thing. They all communicate to the mission system that then ticks the logic of the mission forward. Even though all these mission modules written by the
See, this is a big part of my issue, right? Not what they're talking about, but the fact that I'm spending I know you've heard me complain about this a million times. I'm spending the majority of my time playing this game staring at my screen because I'm fucking in Quantum. It's so boring, dude. This is fucking awful game design. I can't think of another game that I play where I'm just sat here literally with my arms crossed, not touching my mouse or keyboard, just staring at the screen. It's really bad. Really bad. And I get it, Pyro's supposed to be a big system, but when I pick up a mission, spawn a fucking objective within a 20-second quantum of me, right? I don't play ED, dude. I said games that I play.
rock of mission. can do all kinds of
There's
fun
a reason I
things,
don't play ED.
You know, at each of the different locations. So the fundamental work was to make sure that the mission system was functional in server meshing. That was really the part of the gameplay element that was completely incompatible with server meshing. Another piece that we needed to solve in the build for 4.0 and as part of the mission system is how markers work. And so markers are always a big issue. Have always been a big issue in Star Citizen since the very beginning.
All right, do I actually have
and
missions?
with server meshing, these became even more problematic.
Let's see if this one actually fucking works.
You know, let me state the problem. You're on a Pyro game server, and I'm on a Stanton game server, but I add you to my party. Now I want a party marker on you, right? My game server doesn't even have your star system logo.
Oh look, I have to travel all the way across the system now.
And so for that, we needed a piece of technology that would allow the streaming system to stream your entity marker on my server so I could actually see your position changing. And so we've built all of this in place. But that's a fundamental change to how markers work.
It doesn't help that, for example, the only reason I had to quantum that last quantum was because the location that I'm at, no missions show up.
Mission system itself.
Almost, right? Like for things that are.
So I have to go back to a planet. I have to spend 2 to 3 minutes in quantum, go back to a planet, so I can pick up a mission. So I now get to sit in quantum for another like 3, 4, 5 minutes.
Which basically allows us to have a
gameplay
marker on an entity that's anywhere in the server mesh. Now that system works, right? It's in place. It's been fairly reliable, but that touches on all the markers in the game, and so a lot of issues came up for that. And one of the things that we have not tackled with the refactor is how missions are built. And to Elliot's credit, right? I think that
we're using Elliot's name, but there's
I'm
James,
using him. There's James.
I'm not gonna lie. Since 4.0 came out, because of the amount of time I've spent in quantum, it has done fucking wonders for tidying up my house. I literally just go and I clean my kitchen, or I run the Hoover around, or I just like square away some shit. Hey Ark, how's it going, dude? But I don't think that's a fucking good thing, dude. And again, to the person who mentioned Elite Dangerous, it's like, I know I said I can't think of another game where I'm not engaged, right? But really, should we be comparing with the shittest games on the market that nobody's playing? Right? I don't think that's really healthy for Star Citizen. Like literally scraping the bottom of the barrel.
There's, your
Lars,
Nick, all these guys, But so the credit to all these guys, right? I
woke up to fucking loads of follows on TikTok this morning.
Right tools to build compelling missions. They are dealing with an archaic scripting system that dates back to a previous era that we are just about to finish modernizing by replacing to give these guys modern tools and modern approaches. And so going back to markers.
It's just the nature of space. All space games have long travel times. No, they don't. What the fuck are you on about? X-Wing, TIE Fighter, X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. They didn't have long travel times. Freelancer didn't have long travel times. Free Space 2 didn't have long travel times. Everspace doesn't have long travel times. Everspace 2 doesn't have long travel times. I can sit here all fucking day listing off space games that don't have long travel times.
The markers are completely managed by game designers. And
dude, do you seriously think this is good gameplay? Me sat here right now, disengaged from the game, talking to Twitch chat and watching a video, getting up and going and cleaning my house? You must be fucking mental if you think it is.
Set and removed and displaced and whatever. And that makes for very complicated systems and logic that's not very robust. And so that's why even with a robust marker system, because the markers are managed a bit ad hoc in mission scripts, it makes it...
My issue, and I literally said this 5 minutes ago, but I'm going to reiterate what I have already said. My issue is not the distance. My issue is not the space between the planets. All right? That's fine. My issue is that because of the lack of missions, because of how shit the mission manager is, the game forces me to jump between the planets. The way this bullshit should work is if I want to pick up a mission, it should spawn the mission within a certain radius of where I am. All right? You don't have this problem in Stanton because there are enough missions around individual planets that you can stay around Hurston. You can stay around ArcCorp. You can stay around Crusader. Whatever. But the design for missions around Pyro is so bad, and the lack of missions around Pyro mean it forces you to jump from planet to planet. It's fucking dumb. And by the way, Chris Roberts, I think it was in 2015 or 2016, on 10 for the Chairman, literally said, there will be enough to do around a single planet that you won't need to leave a planet if you don't want to.
Really complicated to follow. Like, I remember distinctly when we did the Golden Ticket event, which that was the whole mission.
Yes, I agree that if, say, I'm part of a PvP group, all right, PvP org, and we're going to go to some battle somewhere, right? We're joining another org. Yeah, fine. I want it to feel like we are traveling across a vast distance. But if all I want to do is jump in for an hour, right? Jump in for an hour to do a mission. I've been streaming for 55 minutes today, right? 30 of that has been playing the game. And in 30 minutes, first of all, I've not even managed to complete a single mission, but I spent about 4 minutes at the mission location. Maybe 5 minutes at the mission location. So what I'm saying is, I have spent 25 minutes in Quantum and 5 minutes doing a mission.
Was like, there's a marker on the ticket, right? Well, now, the holder puts the ticket on his core armor. Now, am I tracking the core armor? And then, how does that work? And so, and the mission logic had to manage all these cases. And so, now that
I don't really care. I don't really care for a minigame. A minigame that maybe speeds up your Quantum if you get it perfect. Yeah, I've been talking about that for years. Right? Fine. Right? But I don't think that's engaging gameplay, personally. That the issue is not, again, to reiterate what I have already said 2 times now, is not the space between the planets. It is the lack of things to do at the planets. Right? I really want to hammer home the point that I'm trying to make. My issue isn't the space. It's not the distance. It's not the speed. It is the lack of shit to do.
Or making the mission system function in server mesh, and we're going to obviously keep iterating on making it robust in this setting, and fixing the missions to make sure that they also leverage the system properly. Bringing back the missions that are missing, but also improving the ones that are there so that they're even more robust, right? We have started the engineering work with the new Starscript Foundation to rethink how missions are made from the get-go, to give Elliot, Nick, James, and all these mission designers the right tools so that they're not bogged down.
About fucking time. They should have done this years ago.
Saw the way they make missions now, it's like involved, right? And we want to make sure that these guys focus on the flow and not on the functionality they have to build, so that programmers can support that content. So when we're talking about this change of focus, we're saying, we're going to deprioritize features. We're also going to prioritize features for content as well, right? So that they can make content that's fun and reliable, so that missions that have been notoriously problematic, or events that have been notoriously problematic, become fun and reliable, right? And that's what we really want to do for the mission part.
All right. That's going to be incredibly important.
Yes.
The mission stuff, especially for this year, this idea that of a narratively driven, content driven year, if we're not providing, 8 to 10 sexy new features every single patch, we're not providing
I don't know where those missiles
places
just
to go
fucked
and
off to.
things to do instead, connected to this narrative. Again, we'll talk more about the narrative on next week's ISC. Having that mission system seems like one of the larger, if I were in charge of the priorities, it seems like one of the larger ones. But we actually have some conversation about how you can affect that priority thing at the end of the show. Don't let me forget. Quantum drive.
Yeah.
Quantum travel.
The bug that keeps on giving.
There's a lot of starting and stopping with quantum travel. A lot of repeating the same actions over and over to get something to work. And a lingering issue of fuel states not syncing between meshes or simply vanishing altogether. Where's my quantum fuel been? And of course, some ships themselves disappear during quantum travel.
Right. A rarer case, but possible.
Do we have our own Bermuda Triangle? What's going on?
Well, yeah, Jens did add some notes here and said, oh, if you find the Bermuda Triangle, please report it on IC. So quantum has been, since the very beginning, we put the first meshing test in place. That was the first thing, right? It's like, quantum stops when I cross a server boundary. That's what happens, right? Still. So the same symptom has been, again, triggered by multiple, issues.
You find 5 causes, the 6th one shows up.
Correct, exactly. And the latest ones are related to the resource container. So again, I don't want to dive too deep on this, but like entities have classes that define what they are, and they have components on them that define their functionality. So like, if I have a box with a health component, then the health component manages its health, its damage, and its destruction, right? So the entire game is made like this, with components that define things. And so the quantum drive is made up of multiple components, and these components need to deal with the change of authority when we cross a server boundary.
I need to cover
And so
team.
there's a lot
I'm
of
already
entities
stressed out. I was in such a good
intertwined
mood before I started playing.
for quantum drive function.
This is me every day. I'm in a good
Fuel,
mood
resource
until
container,
I play
and
Star
quantum
Citizen.
drive. And we've been fixing issues with this transition on these entities nonstop since the beginning, because there would be a fix, then it would work for 2 patches, then a change to how we deal with chum points would come in, and then re-break it, right? And so we are in deep regression on a lot of things, right? And so to solve that, we need a lot more focus on validating the issues. It's like, yeah, we fixed this. Okay, let me try transition 1, 2, 3, 4. Like more, I don't want to say more QA, but more QA. We need a lot more QA to validate the fixes.
We're in the home stretch. How you guys doing?
Still
Again,
here. Cool.
if you need to leave, just, Pete, I'll drive the microphones back to you tomorrow. If you guys need to take off. So a little behind the scenes here. I write a doc, and all the things I want to hit, and it's like this, and I make myself little notes about things I want to remember that I hit.
Put some red
This
stuff.
one
Do
just
they-
says prisons. I'm tired.
I
What's
think they
going on?
outsourced the
It's all I
production
wrote for this.
of Star Citizen
Prisons.
Live.
I'm tired.
What's going on? So prisons is, and I've learned about this
That's
in
actually pretty smart.
inquiring a
That
bit
makes
about
sense.
the mission, the prison bug, right? Is actually a mission, and it's a very old mission,
Yeah.
right? So it's a mission module that runs the prison logic. And so for those, I'm sure everybody's familiar, but for those who are not, for some reason, there's a bug that lasted through preview and at the beginning of 4.0, I think, or it was fixed just before that, where if you were a criminal and you got caught and you ended up in Clutcher,
You got what you deserved.
well, I don't know, but you could try.
Oh, you can't shoot the plastic, I forgot.
Because the mission logic that drives the prison escape is
So
tied
dumb.
to this. And so the codes weren't outputting correctly. The logic was basically made for the old mission system. It was not ported. That's part of the refactoring. And so it basically depended on when you get to that
fuck,
location to
fuck.
give you a new mission instance for your prison experience. which the
My
new
prison
system
experience.
requires that these modules are
7
persistent
rounds.
and stay there, which accumulate the logic change. And so the logic becomes desynchronized with the state of the mission. So what that did is that you would literally do your time. Either
Fuck
use
off.
smuggled in adenite from somebody else or mine it, pay your due, and in the elevator,
See,
look,
he had a
look
B4.
forward to the front, to the prisoner.
None
who's
of
paid
they
his blah,
carry
blah, blah.
P4s, but they
And
don't
then
have
you would press
P4
the
ammo.
elevator. Again, elevators are back. Press the elevator to
curious.
leave, and then it would never detect that the action area that you're leaving is actually
I just
triggering,
realized
which
20,
triggered the
40, 60.
leave
I'm going to be stuck at
prison
20%.
logic, right? And so the guys have done a hotfix for this in preview, actually at the end of the preview, I think, where they've moved the logic for this leave prison flow to the actual law
Oh
component
no, we're going to be
that's
good.
on your
Fuck
character. And so now we're guaranteed that no matter how weird this flow would get, it's actually going to be reliable.
You just said we guarantee it's going to be reliable. We are 2 hours and 30 minutes in this.
No.
You just used the phrase, it's
Yeah,
guaranteed
all right,
to be reliable?
let me rewind. It should be a lot more reliable because your player's always streamed in. So I have a fairly good confidence on this fix. As long as the elevator
All right.
works.
2 to go.
That's a big caveat, Benoit. As long as the elevator...
As long as
We could sit here for another 2.5 hours and say all kinds of grand things and just be like,
Sure. As
long as
long
the
as-
Oh my god, my
elevator
F1
works.
key works. Amazing.
Maybe we'll put some stairs in prison. In fact, there are, but you need the prison escape code to get them.
All right, got like 4 more topics and we're done.
Uh-huh.
Mining.
Yeah.
Sometimes minables are taking up to an hour to fully load in, making them rather impossible to mine.
Yeah. Mining has been actually a dreaded gameplay loop in 4.0. That's one of the reasons when we did the evaluation, whether 324 or 4.0 preview, whatever, we did take a look at mining. Like, is mining functional? Is mining in the prospector functional?
Okay.
Is mining in the mole functional? Is mining on the rock functional? Is hand mining functional?
Mining on the rock has never been functional.
It actually was intermittent in the first report, but
I hate the rock DS.
so we've identified what we think is causing this delay. It's basically the conversion from the render node object, because the mining and harvestables are always in large quantities, right? They could be a very large performance hog, and so they're highly virtualized. And so there's a conversion from render node to entity that is, for some reason, very slow.
Okay.
And so we're diving into try to
Next
figure out what's
mission.
going on. But that's what's happening. So that's why
Of course, I need
it
to
takes time
contact
for
your
them to
planet
show up
first.
properly.
My mistake.
There's nothing wrong with the rock DS, people, just with the people who like it.
So pay attention to the amount of time it took me to do that
I'm
mission.
officially tired. The views and opinions of Jared Huckabee
Hey.
do not represent those of Clan Imperium Games, Roberts Space Industries, or its subsidiaries.
Hey, we didn't talk about the mission reduce strict rep gates.
The what?
The reduce strict mission sharing has also been reduced with new strict rep gates. Is one stop.
I just thought that sucked. I didn't think you had an answer for it.
No, I got an
Okay.
answer for it.
All
I
right,
went to the people.
You screwed up mission sharing and the payouts, and it's miserable and it's terrible now.
Well, so there was a bug that caused everybody in a given mission to get the reward for the missions, right? So that means if a mission payout was 10K, then everybody would get 10K, everybody participating.
It was a
I agree with what a lot of people have been saying. So I disagree with the people who wanted everyone to get the max payout. That's dumb. It doesn't make any sense. And it's just dumb, in my opinion. But I do agree with the people who say it shouldn't be split reputation. Because I don't think it should be split reputation. I think you should get the max reputation. That makes sense to me.
amazing.
Well, so
Loved it when that.
so the funny bit is I talked to Rich Tyrer about it, and he's like, I couldn't catch it before they fixed it. That's what I want. And so ultimately, it wasn't exactly what we wanted, but that's the direction we want to go in. We want to encourage you guys to play together. And so having those rewards divided is kind of a counterpoint, right, to get people to play together. Like, why would you?
I
Like,
do also think, though, that if they're going to do this, they need to have a participation counter or whatever, because otherwise what you end up with is just 100 people all joining a party and everyone doing missions individually, but in a party. So everyone ends up getting the rewards, right? Which is a problem. It's basically an exploit, right? So yeah, the game needs to be smart enough to know that you actually participated in the objectives, right? Oh yeah, I'm fine with the idea of large group missions, but again, it's right now, because of the way the game works, is very exploitable, where you can have 100 people in a party all not actually doing stuff together. Like, I'm all for people doing the missions together, but right now the game is exploitable, so you can just not actually do the missions together and just all be in a party, and everyone gets the rep, everyone gets the money, right? Which, yeah, that's a problem.
If I'm going to get half the payout, right? And so the thing is, like, the system doesn't work the way we want it to do. So the fix did go through, right? Because it was an easy fix.
Even if it's just a flag, so the game knows that you were in the mission at the mission location, right, or something like that.
We're at 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
And talking about all the bugs that still need to be fixed.
Correct.
And the one bug we did fix was one we didn't want to fix.
I know, it's crazy, right? It's a train.
You know, I challenge you. Whatever you think about the project or me or Benoit, the show, you've never seen an episode of any kind of dev communication like this from any other game developer. Nobody's ever been willing to sit in a chair for 2.5 hours plus and be grilled about all this. So, all right. Just 2 more or 3 more.
Three more
subjects.
We got mining done.
3 more subjects. Yeah.
What's the next one?
Vulkan.
Yeah.
And NVIDIA driver issues.
Yeah.
So players who are using Vulkan with the latest NVIDIA drivers are reporting graphical artifacts and crashes. I know some of these crashes were seen from third-party softwares. What was that one that we found? One guy who had like 40 instances of the same crash, and it was all linked to this third-party thing he was using.
Oh, was that Reshade on this?
It wasn't Reshade. It was called something else. I can't remember. Overall, what can you tell us about what's happening with Vulkan and the NVIDIA drivers?
Well, so we're still investigating the cause, but for now, right, we think it's related to a specific driver version from NVIDIA related to the upgrades for the 5090 cards.
I don't know where the fuck those missiles are going.
Exactly, but it is definitely, there is, when you update your
yeah,
NVIDIA
let's make
drivers,
missiles
there
more
are 2
expensive
drivers,
and
one for
unreliable.
Direct3D and one for Vulkan. It doesn't look like it, but there are 2.
And those ones just fucked off
so
as
we
well.
think
Okay.
that there's an issue related to the latest version of the driver for Vulkan specifically. And so you could downgrade your drivers and it probably solve the issue in the meantime, but we're still investigating to make sure it's completely not, related to this. But we've been investigating other games are also having the same issue. And so we're,
there was one or 2 drivers ago where I saw somebody, they had glowing heads. All the character heads were glowing and stuff, and they were on Vulkan.
We don't think it's a third-party app in this case, though.
Yeah, no, that was just one instance we were chasing down. I was watching.
You do need to be careful with third-party apps that inject into the 3D pipeline for multiple reasons. One of them being that the ESC sandbox can catch it, but also because they can cause GPU crashes. So,
all right.
You just died somehow.
The last 2 are about how we make these things better. Issue Council. So, Issue Council has bugs. Issue Council has some issues with it. Players are talking about the effectiveness and usability of the Issue Council. I've seen them expressing frustration with the dupe system and suggesting improvements to the reporting process. There is significant discussion about the difficulty of reporting recurring bugs that have previously been
just shit being archived
fixed.
is so dumb.
Why is this happening, and how do we address this going forward?
Well,
These are the folks who are
well, so the
trying
first
to help us.
the first thing I would say is that the issue council at CIG is of extreme importance, right? Even though for players, if you don't feel like your issue is being actioned or that there's retroaction from the team, you can be certain that we have, especially Bayer's group is at the forefront of this, but issue council reports are significantly of high quality in general when they do pass the filters, of course, right? And so we use that data every day, right, to confirm issues. A lot of the issues we have on our famous directors list that I just talked about are not internal JIRAs. They're IC reports, right? And so that process is super key for us. It's a very difficult signal to noise ratio process though, because the level of effort to reporting is not necessarily of smooth, like the quality range is large, is what I'm trying to say. Some reports are like game no work, others are like extremely filled with evidence and you know, and those are the ones we want, obviously. We do want to improve the dupe system. So I've seen several backers on the ETF and elsewhere that are very active at calling out dupes. And for now, I think that their voice are kind of muddled by people saying, oh, I can reproduce, right? Instead of saying, oh, I confirmed this dupe, right? So we're actively looking at how we can improve that flow because that's a major, like when we identify a duplicate, it's a major win, right? So when you contribute to the issue council, a new report is, depending on the issue, right, takes a lot of effort for it to reach us because you need to get reproductions on it. Reproducing another issue is a great contribution, but identifying a dupe is probably the best contribution we can make because that helps us a lot. And for now, that's not leveled enough. So we want to change the way the issue council works to make that a lot more at the forefront for sure. But the prioritization and the upvotes have historically been used, but in this new process, we're also trying to lean into this a lot more. And so the please fix hammer button, right, to upvote an issue, we're going to try to give it a voice and actually make some of the internal discussions we're having, I can share some thoughts if you guys are interested, or even to have community identified issues directly in the directors list, like make the community a director in this list.
There's also some amount of things being marked dupes that aren't dupes.
Sure.
It's people are moving fast. Some people think they've seen that before or whatever, or they think
Let me go
this
make a
is
cup
the
of tea,
same
I'll be right
thing
back.
as that, but it's not. It's just.
I made noodles.
in the same ballpark or whatever. So there's also this thing that happens where things are getting marked duped and they're not duped, and that's I don't know how you battle that.
No, well, that's a balancing act, right? It's that's why for now I feel like the dupe markers are
My
kind of more
favorite-
experienced, testers that are helping us.
What happened to it?
And
My favorite friggin' bowl is
deduping,
cracked.
right?
I'm
will
so
happen
sad.
typically when we actually intake a bug, right, from the community, and we're going to
can
try
I-
to
can I
reproduce
die,
it
please?
internally. That's where we're like, oh, it's been marked as a do, but it actually is a new symptom, or it's the same case as another one or not.
Do you think there's some amount of, is it possible that there's some amount of semi-malicious intent there? People who are farming dupes or using bots or whatever, because as I know there are incentives for participation in the IC and stuff like this.
Right.
Obviously, we incentivize the use of the issue council because it was incredibly important to our to the way that we make the game. But any incentive
Sure.
tends to be weaponized in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
So, have you seen evidence of this? Is this?
No, not so far, right? Not so far as to say like, oh yeah, there's this going on, right? The worst things that we've seen so far on IC would be things like brigading a specific issue, right? And that's why
Yeah,
also
Zero,
we're
stop
kinda careful
brigading
with rewards
issues.
to the issue council. It's not because we don't want to reward players that are doing stuff there. Like we are doing some of them, but we're always trying to stay asynchronous, so that you can't go, oh, they're going to reward for this, so I'm going to go and create reports, or I'm going to create dupes, or I'm going to create whatever.
It's obviously you're the person who would know, and it's not that I don't believe it. What I've seen,
Sure.
and what I'm reading in chat right now, would you commit to maybe taking a look?
Seen
at
you in a
that and
while,
maybe
probably
seeing
me
if-
not
if-
being
if-
around as much. Hope
Yeah,
all
it
is
is
well.
being-
I mean, I've been here
Absolutely.
streaming.
Yeah, I can absolutely look at it.
All is good.
Especially if there's a sense that that's happening. Yeah.
Yes, Apple Tango. It's the best part about living in the UK.
I've never had that. Actually.
Last, obviously we're not covering every bug, every topic in
No.
the thing. It's,
Well,
we've
got
done
a
more
couple
than
more hours.
We've done more than any human being in the world. I've never seen this look on David's face before. Like David was a kind and jovial spirit,
and now he's like down.
and now he's like, like I'm gonna pay for this.
Yeah.
The error codes themselves,
Mm-hmm.
famously,
Yeah.
30K could mean 40 different things, 50 different things, 60 things. We have made progress. We've absolutely made progress. But even that 630
Yeah.
is that's not just one thing. There's multiple causes for even the 630 and stuff like this.
Of course.
Are there any initiatives in place to help this drive down? Anybody who's worked in IT, I worked in IT for 20 years before I came here. Everybody knows that the worst errors are the ones where you can't rely on the error code, and you're never going to get 100%. You're never going to get to a point where every single error code is just going to spell out to you everything that's exactly wrong with it. But I feel like there's still improvements we can make.
Absolutely.
We're not at that point where there's nothing more we can do.
No.
So what are we doing about it?
Well, so on error codes, the error codes, I'm gonna go and merge pop-ups into that, right? Because I mean, the error pop-ups date back to the very original start of the project. Like nobody's touched these things in forever, right? So the nicely misaligned cancel button is my favorite pet peeve, right?
Why haven't we fixed that?
Well, we're fixing it. So we actually have a CL right now to change all these pop-ups to make them at least readable, and aligned, right? We start with that. But
No, you start with the elevators, then you fix the button.
so the error codes themselves, right? So there's already good categorization for issues. So every kind of like 30,000 errors, 40,000 errors, 60,000 errors are all like families of errors. Unfortunately, over the years, we've added more systems, we've grown the infrastructure, and there's a lot more causes for exit or fatal errors than there are actual code assigned in those categories. And so what we're doing now is kind of seeing if we can surface more information. 30,009 is typically related to your character. during login, but there's a million causes that could cause a 30,009, whether it's that shard can't outstall your player, or your player is missing a component, or, you know, and we're trying to surface more of that so that there's more of these cases so that you can, as a player, know a bit more about it. Also, the wording for some of those errors are being revamped because, you know, they're not always very clear. And we're trying to...
I want to do that shocked bird gif right now. Continue.
Correct. And so adding more details and more granularity to our error codes, changing the wording, making sure they're more effective at representing what they are, and eliminating a bunch of the... There's a couple cases where we fall to a default error code for kind of unknown conditions. That's what we need to flesh out, is like the unknown. What is the unknown condition? You know, try to surface more error codes from the other systems to get more of that information in place. So we need more clarity on that side, so that players like, oh, I got a 19K error. What does that mean, right? Like I go in Spectrum a lot in the SC testing chat, and I see players going like, what's the fix to 19K errors, right? And a 19K raw error is like your client can't talk to the backend service at all. So it's typically a client-side problem, firewall, machine connectivity, something like that. But the error message itself is really unclear, right? It's like, oh, we failed to log you in, right? Well, what can I do as a player to fix that, right? So we're trying to get a lot more clarity on these error messages. That's part of like the improvements of these things that have been plaguing us forever. These goddamn pop-ups are one of them.
I've had it to hear with these goddamn pop-ups.
Hey, you want a funny one? Like, here's a funny one on these pop-ups, right? Because we're all complaining about them, but we lost those pop-ups during the 4.0 preview, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody was having a black screen. Everybody was complaining about a black screen. It's like, I get a black screen, right? Well, what actually happened is that someone that I shall not name, right? But a developer fixed another issue where when you die, we need to move the camera and move your character, and it looks like crap, right? So we didn't want to see that. And so the way to solve that was to fade out the game UI, including the pop-ups. That was it, you know? And so in this case, it was if you got disconnected, then the pop-up would go fade to black. Great. Serenity now.
All right. So we're here.
Yeah.
We're at the end.
This was raw game dev.
Man, those noodles were delicious.
Going forward, I touched on this about halfway through, but going forward, with a focus on stability, performance, and content this year, this means less time available, fewer resources spent, and no patches dedicated specifically to new features. It's not that new features won't come out or they're not being worked on the background, just that instead of 10 or 15 people working on them, there's now a much smaller group, and the time, we're not going to time lock it into specific things. We're going to make good on the promise we made back with 3.0, quite honestly. Star Citizen's been this heavily feature-driven project in the past. Every 3 months or so, you know, a patch with a bunch of new features comes out that brings people back. They come in, they see the new features. It's this cycle that's existed for so many years, and we're stopping that now, and we're focusing on fixes and quality of life. And all no more. It's just from a marketing standpoint. These trailers where it's like this feature, this feature, this feature, this feature, this feature. Like those days are not here this year. That's not what this year is going to be about. So this thing I'm excited and I'm scared at the same moment. If I'm being completely honest, because we've never seen what a content-driven, stability-focused year of Star Citizen is like. It's going to be different. And like anything else with Star Citizen, it's going to change and evolve over the year, because somebody will have an idea in April and we'll tweak this, and somebody will have another idea in June and we'll tweak this. So all we know is that it's going to be different. It's going to be different, hopefully better, but it's not what we've done before. Do you think this is scary? And more importantly, why is now the time for the change?
Well, I think the first of all, it is very scary, right? Because it's a change of how we've been doing things forever, right? Which is like a focus on transformational change to the game, you know, and constant evolution. Whereas now we're focusing on hardening and playability and looking at, you know, what players are doing in the game and going like, everybody's hitting this problem, like, you know, and then it's not just the voice and the side of the, you know, hey, we should fix this, right? It's like, no, we're fixing this. Like every director in the company is going to be on top duty for this, right? Which, but what's scary is that, how did Jens frame this for us? He said that stability and performance heightens hunger for new content and new features.
I'm so
right?
dumb, dude. Oh my god.
That if we do achieve what we're set to achieve,
I'm just gonna finish watching this.
We're gonna need features as well, right? And
when
so
we get to that point, then everybody's going to turn. It's like, there's nothing to do now. It's
the sushi restaurant analogy, right?
Yeah.
But it just has to be done. And the reason why it's time to do this is because we all, like Chris said it in his letter, that's the part that resonated the most to me, is like, we all acknowledge that if the game that we have now functioned the way it's supposed to, it'd be a great game, right? And that's what we want. We want a great game, and we can build on, you know, and pass a road to get us out of alpha, right? And that's why it's time now. That's why we're committing to this.
And if there's one thing you want, we've obviously spent a lot of time. We've obviously spent a lot of time here. Sorry, Pete, took my hand off my face. Audio guys.
Holy shit, dude! Like the amount of follows I've been getting on Instagram, not Instagram, freaking TikTok is mental. Like, look at this, dude. These are all people that have followed me in like the last day. It just keeps fucking going. Fuck.
I'm tired. If there's one thing you want to make sure people take away from this today, the letter in December, all of the refocusing and restructuring that's going on now, and from this, admittedly, a lot of talk. The proof will be in the pudding over the next year.
Yeah.
What do you want people to take away from today?
I mean, I think I want players to know that we know about the state of the game. We're not oblivious to it. We really care about making the work of our teams shine, and we're gonna work our ass off to get this game stable and solid, and to be the game that we want to be. I think it's about time we do that change.
Well, Spirit Wolf 655 in chat says pure BS.
All right.
Trying, guys. Benoit, thank you so much for taking your time to be here. Folks don't know this. There was the entire CTG team is here for the annual summit. There was a big celebratory party for launching server meshing and finally getting out the door. It's happening right now. It started right as we went on the air, and Benoit, chose to be here to do this instead. He chose to be here for 3 hours and face the tough conversations. Yeah, we're just about 3 hours. Damn. Thank you so much. I gotta thank David, Pete, and Lauren for sticking it out. This is not what I sold them when I said, come help me make the show. The community team and the player experience team are going to put up a thread on Spectrum where they discuss many of the pressing issues that we talked about today. And they're going to have you vote on which ones you think are most pressing. Obviously, we have our own internal prioritization. We've talked about the directors list and stuff like this, but it was an initiative that was really important to the top leadership. We wanted to know what you guys are thinking and what you guys are doing. So look for that. I'm not sure when it's going to go live or in what subsection. Just check it out on Spectrum. It'll be up. Thank you again, and
hopefully I don't get flamed by the game devs for my details. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see if I've still got a job back when I go to that thing. Let's see. I want to say one more thing before we go. This is give me a minute here. This is going to be a real change of topic here. In November, for IAE Show Episode 3, we released this puppet song that John Crew and I did that I wrote, and this thing that I've been dreaming about. Kat, our fantastic creative director for the project, made it all happen, and so like this. And it was one of the things I was most proud of. And about an hour after that episode went live, on November 28th, I called my dad. Those who have followed the project for a while know that my dad is a Star Citizen. Ever since that random day in 2017 when I got a text message, "Hey son, when is the Cutlass Red? Get this," or whatever. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? My family is not supposed to be involved in this thing. He's been a Star Citizen for a long time. I called him up because it was one of those things that I knew would make him proud and it would make him laugh. And it did. He answered the phone in a hospital bed. There was nothing to worry about at that point. He just felt a little weird. At his age, they would take precautions. And he assured me everything was fine. We watched it together and we laughed and everything was great. And we said goodbye and we talked about how excited we were to see each other at Christmas. About an hour later, he had the first of a series of heart attacks. And on December 9th, after a week of convincing me that I did not need to rush out there because he was going to be okay and everything, he passed away. And when I went back, and I'm doing all the things that a son has to do when their father passes away, I'm going through his computer, I'm going through his records and making sure everything. What I discovered was I knew he liked Star Citizen. I did not understand the breadth of involvement that he had. He retired. He retired from the Army and from the Corrections Service and from Homeland Security and all the things he did over his life, and he became a professional Star Citizen. His Discord was full of over 100 unread DMs, and as I went through them, they were all talking about Star Citizen. He was in at least 14 different Star Citizen Discords. He was in a number of organizations, and he was an officer in several. And he was able to do that because of you. I didn't talk about Star Citizen with him. We had a standing rule that when I came home for holidays and whatnot, he was not allowed to ask me a question about Star Citizen until after dinner was done and the plates were done. It was really important to me to have one aspect of my life that was not completely consumed with Star Citizen, and I made that my family. His engagement with this project was all because of you. There were Star Citizens at his funeral. There were Star Citizens at his wake. And not the worst Star Citizen I've ever been to. But what I came away with is just a profound appreciation for many of your roles in his life. His retirement was playing with you. So many of you, names I see in the chat, I saw in the chat today, which is why I'm saying this now. So, from me, personally, thank you for being there for him when I wasn't able to be. And you made the last 6, 7 years of his life some of his happiest. So, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for watching. Thank you for playing Star Citizen. Thank you for being the community that you've always been, even the ones that call out total BS. You're all appreciated. That's it for this show. Tune in next week. There's a BTS episode and an ISC episode about something. I can't even think about what they are anymore. Thank you. And we'll see you next week, everybody. Take care. Bye.
Thanks.
That was really well said. Holy shit. It's something I've talked about a lot. To a lot of people from the outside, this is just a video game. I think the main reason why I sit here ramming my face against the bugs is because I met my partner through Star Citizen, and I met most of my daily best friends through Star Citizen, right? So It's this game, as buggy and irritating as it is, definitely has a let me go put on. It has a bit of a special place, you know. Hey Toucan, you're right, dude. Ooh, let me take out the arrow. I've not flown the arrow for a while. You know, I think there's a lot of people, they think about the history of Star Citizen through rose-tinted glasses, right? And I think that it's that term is a little bit unfair because it's not just about the game, right? So when I think about Star Citizen with positivity, like there were amazing moments back in the day playing this game. But it's mostly that, you know, back in the day, the community was a lot more close-knit. Everyone knew everyone or knew of everyone, all right? And it was really nice. And even back then, I remember saying to Buster the Destroyer, I remember saying on multiple podcasts, and I remember saying here on my own stream, that a time would come when the community got so big that it wouldn't feel close-knit anymore. It wouldn't, you know... It wouldn't be a case of everyone knew everyone, right? And we kind of passed that in COVID. So when I think back to the good old days of Star Citizen, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the bugs. I'm not talking about the lack of content. I'm talking about, you know, I would start my stream and, you know, I'd have the same people in every day. You know, when I watched a podcast, those were people that I knew that I could have, you know, I could drop DMs and have conversations with. Like, I'd look in my global chat, and even if I didn't personally know everyone, I knew of them, all right? And it was really, really nice. And that's definitely something I miss. All right, let's go. This community, despite its problems and infighting, is the best in gaming. IMO. I mean, it's definitely up there. As time is going on, like I said, it's kind of just turning... No, my cursor's still broken. It is just turning into another generic game community. But what tends to happen then is that community tends to segment off into smaller sub-communities, right? Pardon me. Let's have a look at Reddit while we're traveling. Still feel like I know a lot of people in the community, at least by name. Maybe on Twitch, dude, but not... Like, I go into test chat. I don't know probably 80% of the people in there. Look, there's over 2 million accounts now. Let's give it the benefit of doubt and say that's 1 million people. I don't know 1 million people by name. Yeah, you have to remember the Twitch bubble is very, very small. At any one time right now, there's like between 2,000 to 4,000 people. And even then, I don't know 2,000 people. You know, I'm talking about back in the day when there was like a few hundred people playing daily, you know. A quiet time for Star Citizen on Twitch is like 2,000 people, right? Yeah, all I saw were these headlights, and I knew straight away it was an FZR, and it is. Yeah, it was really funny because I was saying, I think it was like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, that I'd never seen this livery before, this black and yellow livery, and here's another one. Oh, man. Hey, Tomsky, have you seen this crash, dude? This is fucking wild, man. I know it's not on the road, but if you ever want a video for showing people why you should wear a helmet, watch this. Face first. Fucking full force straight into the track. He is all right. Yeah. Oh, it's fucking Italian bikes, dude. Any reason to blame an Italian bike? Bogey. Is it going to have spawned the turrets again? Probably. Yep.
Shields hit. Shield down.
Nice. I'm literally stuck. Jank. They feisty, not everyone can handle them. True, true. Gun. All the guns have disappeared. Okay. Yep. I died. Fuck. Oh, for fuck's sake. I died. There I am. was the last guy. Where'd my... Oh, has it cleaned up that gun as well? Shoot, it has. And this one just yeeted off. Okay. And now I've got a glowy S38. Fantastic. Okay. See if I can find some grenades. Nice. Oh, P4 ammo. I got rid of the P4. Fuck. Okay. Dude, trying to loot shit is... Oh, fuck. More P4 ammo. Annoyed that it cleaned up all the guns. Nice. Okay. Back to... Oh, can I... Actually, am I close enough to grab a mission from here? Nope. Make sure that one completed. Yep. See, interestingly, maybe I should have just come here the whole time, because this one has just the last three. It just gave me all at Pyro 5. wow. You be stealthy. Oh, a red player. Is this a red player? No, it's an NPC. Oh no, you didn't show me, Tomsky. Lord Griffin, thank you for the follow, dude. Loving my glowing gun. My glowing grenade. Oh, fuck. Where are the NPCs? Well. I'm not going to complain. Wait, what happened to... Hey, counted. Nice. Hello. Oh, it literally tells you you've unlocked shit now. That's fucking sweet. Yeah, that's really good. No more guessing. Now my question is that just tied to, like, is that just triggered by the completion of the mission, or is it tied... When did that open? Or is it tied to it actually applying it to your account? Let me have a look. Yep. Works straight away. Nice. Now what? I may go back to Stanton. Just so I'm not living in Quantum all the time. Stanton Gateway. Come on, dude. This video never gets old, dude. That's a man who knows how to counter steer. Like, holy shit. Fuck. That exhaust system, dude. I'm trying to work. What do these pipes even... I'm so... Wait, is it... Oh, it's a V-twin. I see. Sorry, I was trying to work it out. I love the remove before flight thing. One of two custom race bike handmade. That's fucking mental. Like, this exhaust is just... Fuck, dude. That is the tiniest radiator I've ever seen. Returned briefly to New Zealand after competing at the TT for modifications at the Britain factory and was re-exported back to the original owner, Mr. Jim Hunter, in the USA. The bike was successfully campaigned by Jim in the USA, with New Zealander Andrew Stroud being the most successful rider, where the bike won a numerous Daytona Battle of the Twins titles. This particular bike was also featured in the Guggenheim Museum's Art of Motorcycle exhibition that toured the USA and Europe in the late 1990s. The bikes selected for the exhibition were chosen for their historic importance or design excellence. The bike went on to be a feature exhibit at the Queensland Gallery of Modern Arts in 2022, curated in conjunction with Guggenheim. Yeah, the German military are swapping over to T7s, dude. I don't know if you saw this one. It perfectly makes sense, and one of my favorite comments in this post is somebody saying, "Oh, adventure bikes don't make sense. They're difficult to pick up." To which somebody responded, "Yeah, but a soldier is is fitter than your standard motorcyclist." I was like, "Yeah, that's true." I mean, if I can pick up my bike, I can pick up a Tenere easy. My bike is more difficult to pick up than the 1200. I think my dad's buddy John might have something to do with that. Really? How? I got you. I mean, it just as a bike, it just makes sense because it's just a big dirt bike, right? There's not really much to go wrong on a T7. They could never go for BMWs. They're not going to be reliable, right? Yeah, that's... I don't know. Obviously, it's really easy to be critical in hindsight, but that was not the best emergency stop. Also, what the fuck is the speed on this road, dude? Seriously. 50 dirt bikes is plenty. Oh, by the way, fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, it is only Thunder Road in Bridgend that CMC have taken on, but it sounds pretty sweet. So they're building it up in 2 stages. And the second stage involves a cafe and whatnot at Thunder Road, which I think is a really fucking smart idea. And I it's something I wish they would do at CMC. Like, make it a place to go to on weekends, right? It's just smart. In fact, something I think is really dumb is that CMC in Newport is closed on Sundays. What? Sundays and Mondays? I find that so odd. You know, the days that most bikers are out. Well, Sunday. Let me go over to Everest. Grab the fuel. Yeah. It's our spawn point over there. Need to sort out FPS weapons. Nice show. Thank you for the follow, dude. I gave up, just spent an hour trying to log in, just times out after spending 20 minutes. I had trouble trying to log in as well. Well, to be fair, it only took me about 3 attempts, but yeah, first of all, it just infinitely loaded. And then it threw me into a queue of like 120 people that never went down. And then it finally let me in on my 3rd attempt. There's definitely some funky stuff going on. Dude, I love these scramblers, dude. These Triumph scramblers. I'm so getting in trouble with YouTube. Fuck. I just love the aesthetic of them. They look so good. If I had the money, I'd love to get BMW 9T, but I don't think I could own 2 BMWs. Too expensive. Yeah, it's very it's very thumpy. This is what Harvey's riding down to Greece. If I could spell scrambler. Yeah, they look so cool, man. I really, really like the design of them. Oh no, we're under attack. Oh, we are actually under attack. I don't think so, champ.
Oh. How many was that? 3? The fuck? My boys need to learn how to fight. Can the snub not undock when soft death? I don't know. Maybe. I gave up trying to use the docking undocking on the Connie a long time ago. They did not do very well. We gotta make a cup of tea. I'll be right back. Death of a spaceman, dude. Don't you know that that's not a thing anymore? It was literally like, they talked about it like 2 years ago. Death of a spaceman's not going to be a thing, dude. The game that we have is pretty much it. We talked about it last year too, yeah. So you know that it's not a thing anymore. I was, yeah, I was already red hull when I went into that fight as well. I was expecting to die like instantly. I think it was like 5 or 6. How many did I kill? 3? Was it 3? I think. I don't know what that the Mantis pilot was doing. He shouldn't have died. I didn't kill 6. Oh, you mean like total people? Yeah, it was 5 or 6. Oh, my cursor's working now. Fuck yeah. This I don't really want to be fighting. Those are the first players I've seen in a, well, since 4.0 launched actually, like actual PvPers. Wow, it's not warm today. Dude, they look so... These... Scramblers look so derpy with boxes on. I'd love to have one of these for just around town. Ugh. What size do they come in? So they do a 900... What is it? A 900 and 1200? Yeah, 900 and 1200, I think. Man. Yeah, they made the flight model so boring, Bones. Hey, Spooky. How you doing, dude? Man, I don't miss wearing helmets and goggles at all. It's so much quieter on the bike with a full face. Oh, that's sick.
Watch this. Hey, oh, thank you.
I don't know if I told you I put the resonator back on my bike, Tomsky.
Dude, take it right here. Give me a hand. You don't have to drive it. Come here. Give me a hand. Put your hand right there. Now do this. You have a good one. Oh, thank you.
It's just, yeah, it's too loud on the motorway, dude. It's fine for like blapping around town, but if I'm on the motorway for any longer than like for example, the other day I went down to the Mumbles, right? And that was 40 miles on the motorway. And after 30 minutes, dude, I start losing my mind. And that's with earplugs in and listening to music. It's so much better with the resonator now. Also, like, the big thing is I don't feel tired, right? Like, that's the thing. When you have constant loud sound, it fucking exhausts you, you know? A lot of people don't realize how physical motorcycle riding is. Like, look at the movements, dude. And they're going from one corner to the other. It's just, holy shit. Finally topped up my friggin' my coolant as well. I got myself a funnel with a hose, essentially, that came with it. I was really surprised actually how quickly the coolant was going down. Like, it had dropped a couple of inches since I started riding it. Luckily, it doesn't take too much to fill up that reservoir. I got the official BMW stuff because I just didn't want to risk fucking the rad. My model's not boring, it's relaxing. Alright, Dad. Alright, Granddad. It's literally the worst the flight model's ever been. Yeah, that's exactly what I want from my space combat game, to feel like I'm in a floating turret, not moving. The jump gate seems slow as fuck now. What's going on? It hasn't changed. In fact, they're shorter than they were before, so you get through them quicker. Alright. Fighting this all the time drives me friggin' nuts. There's no point turning back on. No, it hasn't changed. The only change they made was they shortened like the length of the tunnel. That's it. See if we run into these guys again. Oh my god, the shit going on in Serbia right now is crazy. Russia might actually be fucked. If things get worse in Serbia, Russia is absolutely fucked. Go on, lads. Fucking hell, look at it. These are just the bikers. Fuck. For those who don't know, the Serbia runs right down the middle of Russia. And the Serbians have had enough. They are fucking done with the Russian government. Serbia is basically where all of the fucking good shit is. As in, like, that's where all the materials are that they're pulling out of the ground. So not only would Russia potentially lose that, but it would also cut Moscow off from the east. And GS is for days. Yep, they're still here. Why can't I ping? Fuck, I can't target him at all. Wow. Okay, that's actually really bad. I can't target any of them. He's running. Now I can target him. And now I can't target him. Imagine fucking dying to somebody who can't target you, dude. How embarrassing.
Peasants, I bring news! Join me in PC gaming and ascend to godhood! For you are weak,
dude.
and I am mighty!
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to radar_off.
I can't target in SCM mode. That's crazy. Thank you, anonymous gifter. Your radar's off. How is my fucking radar off, dude? Hang on, let me get space. No, it's on. My radar is not off. Oh, I just needed to toggle it. Okay. Nope, nope, I still can't target them. Oh, wait, hang on. Different mode. Dude, I'm so confused. Oh, yeah, you're right, it is off. No. Oh, it's the power output. Turn that down. Ah, there we go. Fuck you. But why do I have no pip? I have no guns. Dude. What is this sh- I have no guns. Maybe toggle again? I don't really know what to do. Oh, there we go. Fucking hell, dude. All right. Anyway, we continue. The fact you have to fuck around so much, man, mid-fight, just to get shit to work is insane. They should just uninstall no pips, no guns, still kill 3. My radar just fucking broke as well. Fuck. This is one of the bugs that they did talk about on Star Citizen Live. Because I complained about this a couple of weeks ago and somebody in my chat was like, oh, it's probably because there are people taking off and landing. I'm like, my guy, there's literally no one else around me. Please. There we go. Something I realized as well was that I've talked a lot over the last couple of years about the fact that, you know, CIG are replacing old systems with new systems, and new systems that are incredibly buggy compared to the already buggy old systems, but not as buggy as the new systems. And then I realized that the old systems that they... The old systems that they're replacing the new systems with are systems that were developed prior to CIG switching to this quarterly development cadence. I hope this elevator works. It's broken. Oh, there we go. So yeah, I just, these changes that they say that they're making to improve quality of life and all that shit, I hope they actually follow through with what they say they're going to do. Oh, let me set my spawn point.
Good day.
Kelto RX, medicine isn't
Sees a patient wearing blue pants, a red striped shirt, red and white hat, and glasses. Would you please contact the front desk to let us know where you spotted them? Thanks.
welcome to Kelto RX.
How are you?
Jesus Christ, there's so many people here, dude.
Welcome to the
There's so many people here compared to Pyro. Pyro, it just seems dead. Alright, set this claiming and then we'll go buy some armor and all that shit. If I can claim.
Welcome to the ASON vehicle retrieval system.
Oh yeah, it's going. Okay. I've never been a fan of them. I kind of wish you could select a color when you purchase rather than just like filling out the inventory of different colors. Do they actually sell Morozov here? Oh, they do. Fuck yeah. Oh my god, there's actually P4 ammo here. Oh, it's a miracle. I'm gonna buy a little bit of it. The glitches with these terminals drives me nuts as well. Grenade. God, there's so much stock here. Alright, go grab myself some med pens and a med gun. And then a tractor beam tool. Then we're good. Let me go to cargo center. We'll grab multi-tool, tractor beam attachment, and some cruise licks.
All right.
assault vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has
And to make sure I repair the Gladius as well. Oh, that was broken. Oh, I need to get med stuff. Some piracy happening in global chat.
How may I help you?
Oh, I assume that purchase.
Hello.
Hello.
welcome to the ASOP vehicle. Your vehicle has base visited.
Okay, and we are repairing, so let's see if we can actually pick up a mission. I might start working my way through my bounty hunter rep.
Shields online.
And my cursor's broken again. Of course it is.
Launch complete.
Great.
Landing gear rejected.
So now I'm in a position where... Fuck me, dude. I literally can't do anything. My ship is pretty much useless.
Shields offline.
Dude, this issue with the cursor is driving me fucking nuts. I need to be able to interact with the friggin' MFDs.
Contact.
Red Polaris.
Shields online.
It's not red anymore.
Shields offline.
Okay. Somehow I don't think that's gonna work.
Initiated.
Where the fuck am I going?
Quantum travel complete.
Oh, fuck.
Systems offline.
Okay.
Aegis combat assist activated. Systems green.
You know what, let me just bring the ship to a stop. I want to get out and back in again, just in case that fixes the cursor. That fixed it. Okay. Good to know. It's... for fuck's sake.
Systems offline. Aegis combat assist activated. Systems green.
Am I just stuck in this position of constantly jumping to nowhere?
Quantum travel initiated. Quantum travel complete.
Wait, is that grind? Look at... Feeling any better? What do you mean? I wasn't ill. What? I'm doing alright. How are you doing? Unless you're talking about a while ago. I was ill. Like a couple of months ago.
Taco_loco_ just subscribed.
Hey Taco, how you doing, dude? Thank you for the resub. dude. Constantly having to reset my flares. Having to reset everything. Bottom two MFDs don't work. Just driving me nuts. That's some cough. I mean, dude, my cough is a nervous tick because of my anxiety. That's not going away. Unless you mean at Christmas when I had an actual cough. At which point, yeah, that's gone. That was gone after like a few days. All right, next. Go to Eta Cave. I really wish it'd give us a navigation MFD. So I can select locations to set route to in order of like how far away they are. Also have a settings tab on there so I can set like the range of all the markers in space. So if I want to, I can set it to only show the markers at the planet I'm at. Oh, the pirate in global chat got fucked. Oh no. Alright, gotta reset this again. Oh my god, dude, what is this? Next. See, this is so much better already than Pyro. Not having to spend 5 minutes in Quantum every single time I want to go from one mission to the other. And don't get me wrong, the missions are boring as shit. But having boring as shit missions and then having people sit twiddling their thumbs for 5 minutes in Quantum in between them doesn't make it any less boring, right? Yeah, I finished the event, yeah. My target is inside of an armistice zone. Of course they are. Okay. Auto targeting direction, target arrow display mode based on HUD and head. It keeps resetting back. No, dude. Yogi literally fixed this a couple of patches ago. Oh, it keeps resetting. That's really annoying. Look ahead enabled, no. Hit marker enabled, crosshair mode. Lane toggle, this is all FPS stuff. Does that reset as well? And is that what's causing my issue? Okay, that works. Okay, let me go to the next mission and see if that fixed. Which faction? Headhunters. To slow boat it down to this one. Oh, I remember what's causing that to reset. You have to do it from the main menu. Let me go do this mission, and then I'm going to Alt F4 and fix it. This was a whole conversation I had with Yogi. Somebody's begging for money in global chat, so I figured I might beg for money too. I was doing the event for CFP, but now I'm hostile to towards them. Apparently, when I was clearing out the outpost, I was also killing the... Oh no, dude. That's dumb as shit. Right, so... see if this... Yes, it does work. Fuck yeah. Dude, it's fucking... This is a pain in the ass. Turn the radar off again. There. Jesus Christ. I'd love to know the distance to target. It is very hard to judge the merge. Nice. Right, let me Alt F4 and let me go change that setting in at the main menu. I don't want an indicator. I don't want HUD to hold my hand 0, right? I really dislike that. It takes away it just makes the missions more brain dead, right? You're not looking at a target. It doesn't, and also it when you just put a marker over everything, it just speeds everything up. So everyone just starts speed running missions, right? I really much prefer going to a mission and going, okay, is this one of my guys? You know, when I'm looking down a scope, is this one of my guys or is it an enemy? Right? And actually having to think about what I'm doing. But what the missions should do, right, is the armor and what they're wearing needs to be less vague. Or we need the FPS, the mystical FPS scanner that CIG has been talking about for the last 10 years, right? So we can actually check people's reputation and shit like that. Which should be a tool in the game that you can choose to bring with you. But just when they're giving you the missions, there needs to be somewhere that shows you all the information about that organization, right? Like what uniforms are they wearing, etc., right? wear a star-cloth. They could wear scarves like gangs. I mean, they already wear color-coded armors, right? They already do that. It's just, no disrespect, Zero. I forgot to change the fucking setting. Fuck. The point that I'm making is they need to show you what that looks like. It's all well and good putting a scarf on a character, but if you don't know what that scarf looks like, then you don't know what it looks like, and you're back at the same issue again, all right? So, yeah, they just need to be better at, like, giving people critical information for missions. They're really bad at that. Really, really bad at that. Okay, so this one based on head, and that should have stuck this time. Based on head, yeah, there we go. Hopefully the Gladius is still where it was. Alright, that should be better now. Keep working on our rep. Dude. This needs to be way better. Hey, Vec. How's it going, dude? It's going alright. I finally got the event finished, which is good. Yeah, it turns the radar off if there's not enough. Man, it needs you know, this is one area where I agree this needs to be closer to what Elite Dangerous does, where you can prioritize what systems have power. Hey, catch you later, Morocco. Enjoy buying coffee. explosions are so scuffed. And my fucking Moby-Glass just broke, dude. Fuck me, dude. What is... Let's go to space, actually.
Shields offline. Quantum travel initiated. Quantum travel complete.
This is one of the bugs that's driving me insane. It's just, again, there's just so many bugs in the game that you're always hitting one. I was saying, I think yesterday, I saw a post about the bugs on Reddit a few days ago, and one of the very top comments was, I can't make this up, dude. There's no inner thought to go back in the ship. Oh, yeah. One of the very top comments was somebody saying, I keep seeing posts like this from people saying that the game is unplayable for them because of the amount of bugs. I've not seen a single bug. And I'm like, that's not true. You might not be aware of a single bug, but you've definitely seen bugs. All right. Let's go back. But man, like what I would do to be completely ignorant, to not really understand how the game is and how the mechanics are supposed to work, so I don't spot bugs. I think that would actually be fucking nice. There's the saying, ignorance is bliss, right? Okay, I can't jump to that one.
Quantum travel initiated.
I might go do one of these entrenched bounties. I have to slow boat at 370 kilometers. Nope, I can jump from here. I just can jump from the other side.
Quantum travel initiated. Quantum travel complete.
My scanning ping doesn't work anymore. I'd love to scan for the target. I might just be stuffed on this one. If I power off and back on. Oh, good attack. I'm under attack by... Oh. My friggin' radar is off again. Surprise, surprise. I might go rip off my coolers. Fed up with fighting against them all the time.
Initiated. Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel initiated. Quantum travel complete.
Oh, there we go.
Landing gear deployed.
Okay, let's go put this away. I'm gonna yoink the coolers off so I'm not constantly fighting it. It's messing up my radar every time.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retreat. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage. Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again.
Go do an entrench bounty. Okay, yeah, that's solved that problem. And I can't move again. Oh, dude, everything's so laggy. I really have to slow boat it 572 kilometers. Okay, the mission marker updated, nice. Turrets aren't shooting. Nope, turrets are shooting. Blocked my signal. It's actually not been as bad as other days. Still just like literally everything broken, like Pip's broken for power, Quantum's broken, Elevator's broken, just it's a mess. I'm gonna throw out a really wild mission idea. Imagine if there was a mission that spawned at these locations prior to this mission, and the mission objective is to just come and shut down or destroy the turrets, which then opens the way for the part 2 of the mission, which is to knock out this guy. So if you want to, you can just pick up the knock out the turrets part of the mission, or you can pick up both parts of the mission. He's invincible. Dude. There we go. These issues, man. That's a civilian. Oh, V, I'm on TikTok now. I'm famous. It's only bike stuff. But I am on TikTok, exclamation mark TikTok. Here. Jesus Christ, what was that aim, dude? Wait, where am I? I put med pens on? Where? Why can't I? For fuck's sake, dude. All my med pens have disappeared. All of my med pens are gone. Hell, dude. And oh wait, did I just not put them on? Oh dude, I'm a fucking bell end. I'm gonna assume that was my fault. I need an armor guy to come up. Hey Alexis, you're right, dude. Good morning. I just get 2 in 1. I just got 2 in 1, dude. Fuck yeah. Oh, I actually saw that. I saw a clip of that from a bit grim, but I actually saw a clip out of Ukraine of that happening from a Ukrainian sniper's point of view. Pretty mad. And he intentionally lined them up as well. That was the impressive bit. Okay. Med pens, thank you. That didn't do anything. Literally nothing. There's nothing that's not broken in this game, dude. Everything is just completely fucking scuffed. Fuck me. Did I get the guy? Assuming I got the guy. It would appear so. Okay. I'm gonna do something crazy, and I'm going to suggest another mission at this location, right? So, for example, say you've got the first mission, right, which is scout the location and disable the enemy air defenses, and that can be you come down, you destroy the turrets, you come down, you just come and disable the turrets. Maybe there's a friggin' screen on each individual turret that, or you put something fucking crazy. Imagine there's a relay, a fuse right here that you can yank off. All right. And so that's the second part of the mission. Then you got the third part of the mission, which is come down and take out the commander. All right. Then say you have a fourth part of the mission once that's done, which is restock the location. All right. So a hauling mission just to bring cargo down. All right. And maybe there's a fifth part of the mission, which is an air defense mission where you have to defend against wave of attackers. All right. Like, there's so much CIG can do to make missions interesting, but we're still 10 years later in this this game design of go here, kill this dude, 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 go here and kill this dude, and it's just boring, man. All right, like, I was very happy to see on the Star Citizen Live that they talked about this, that they are going to be working on the mission design tools. Because, yeah, right now it's so lacking, man. And this is the game, right? Repaired. Do I get more rep for doing those than the ship combat ones, I wonder? These streaming issues are so bad. There we go. What did I just land on? Oh, a gun. That might stop me from being able to repair. Nope, am I good? All right, next mission. I have run into a lot of bugs today, but I don't know if it's just like I have more patience today. Or do you know what it is? I think it's because I'm not in Pyro. I think I have when I'm in Quantum for like half to 2/3 of my game time, I don't have as much patience. Like when I've spent 5 minutes in Quantum, I get somewhere and then the mission's bugged out and I can't complete it. I just Alt F4 and I go play something else. Whereas being here in Quantum, most of my gameplay actually being playing the game. I have a lot more patience. I think the trick is just don't go to Pyro. Wait, what the fuck is this? I can't power off either. Oh, there we go. It's just really delayed. Wait, what the fuck? That wasn't even me trying to jump to a blocked location. That was me jumping to the planet. And it just jumps me straight through the planet. Dude, it's such a cool looking bike. It's just a shame it's a Ducati. That was fucking instant, dude. Fuck me. I didn't even have time to react. Wow. Also, I barely saw any friggin... I don't think I actually saw any incoming fire. I just heard the blah, 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 blah. That was wild. Oh, I think this is going to be my last one for today. I go play some Kingdom Come after this. And MedPen still doesn't work. So this might be a YOLO. I actually made it 4 hours though. That's impressive. I think this is the longest gameplay session I've had for a while. Did they not fix this? It was in the patch notes that they did. Oh, they did. There we go. Fantastic. That's nice. Oh, that aim. Is that it? I think that's the mission done. Yep, that's the mission done. All right. Good shit. Honestly, I think it would be... Hey, Anthony, you're right, dude. I'm literally about to get done. I think it would be way more interesting if the mission just didn't just, like, automatically complete. Like, the Lord Almighty Chris Roberts, the server admin, knows that you completed the mission. I feel like you should have to grab a dog tag and then take it to a location to verify that that belongs to the target. Been running daughter around to our weekend clubs today, so just sat down, thought I'd say hello quickly. I appreciate it, dude. This has been... We ran into a lot of bugs today, but it's definitely been the best session that I've had for a while. I managed to get the event completed. Do you wanna play together one day? Get in Discord and group up. I can show you the ropes and teach you all the workarounds for all the different bugs. The bugs that there are workarounds for. Well, I don't have a ship, so yeah, I'm gonna call it here, but at least we managed to get this one done. Let me run away from the outpost so my character doesn't get murdered when I ult F4. Hey Zoster, how's it going, dude? Dude, I've never noticed that little marker for the ship. Huh. The markers are completely offset into the map, but that's still really cool. Also, I don't know how much riding I'm going to get done over the next week because the weather is not looking great. Oh, Sunday might be maybe okay. All right, that's it for me, everybody. I am out. If you're not in our new giveaway on Twitch, exclamation mark giveaway, we're giving away the new, I forget what it's called. The new salvage ship based on the Prospector, that thing. Comes with the 2 new paints, LTI, and a game package. But thank you for hanging out, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow. Have a good one. Have a good night.